Hello. Hi, hi. How we doing? 15's not bad. 15's not bad at all. I say that begrudgingly after you roll one higher than myself. That's okay. No, I get it. How we doing? Lucky number 7. Hell yeah. Let's go, shall we? Straight into it. Billy with first, Slinky with second. Nice, 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 nice. I had a play with the image after I finished yesterday. I moved this post a little bit closer, played with a bit of lighting on the tavern itself, added a bit of lighting behind it, tampered with a couple of things here and there. I think what I want to do with this rock here on the right is I want to obliterate it, I think. Maybe not obliterate it. Obliterate it is harsh. I want to bring it forward. I know that much. House with third place, hell yeah. Billy with 6 is tough. 6 is tough. I've always deemed the 6 outcome to be the harshest. Okay, if I were to... Oh, I got rid of the rock in the foreground as well. The rock that used to be here, I've gotten rid of and added like a little... I didn't like it without anything in that bottom right corner because then it kind of felt too open on the right side. So I've just added something like a little shadow in the same way that I've got up the top right, just to kind of frame the image in the way that I want. Gotta go? Yeah. Do what you gotta do. Bye, Slink. Bottom right feels good? Yeah, agreed. Okay, now the next plan is I want to make this rock larger for a couple of reasons. One, as it currently sits, it feels awkward. 2, it feels like it's in line with this rock over on the left, and that just feels wrong. I need to kind of bring them to different elevations. So if I bring that rock forward, it scratches that itch a little bit better. It'll also allow me to create a little bit more distance between it and the tavern behind. Opens up? Yeah, agreed. What layer are you? And how are you different? That layer, perhaps? Oh, this is the one problem with collapsing everything down into one layer, is that I can't alter things. Hi Logic, welcome. How you doing? How was your day? There-ish. What the heck and layer are you? There we are. My layers are a mess. My layers are an absolute mess. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Doing okay? Might require a snack though. Oh, by all means. Snacks are encouraged. Ooh. Bringing that rock forward also means I get to make these rocks bigger, which is also a plus because I feel like they were a little bit too subtle before. I lightened the sand as well, as I kind of spoke about at the end of last stream, which I feel like matches the lighting of the scene a little bit better. I'm worried about how flat the image is at the moment in terms of contrast. So I might need to bump a few of the values. Like for example, if I were to highlight the whole thing, highlight the entire heckin' thing. Oh, can I not do a tonal correction across the entire canvas? Huh. Okay. What's a good example then? The background maybe? contrast. We bump the contrast on the roof, for example. I feel as though it communicates some of the distances a little bit better. Maybe not to that degree. It's a bit stark. I do like how kind of ethereal it is at the moment. But we can bump it a little bit. We can bump it a little bit. So that's the goal, I think, is to bump the contrast on the roof maybe a little bit, just to make it feel a bit more real. Because I'm liking how ethereal, how to explain, like Lady in the Lake, Arthurian legendy kind of vibe it is at the moment. Some of the sort of mystic elements of Pirates of the Caribbean, that sort of thing. That's the kind of mood that it has at the moment, which I like a lot. And I feel like I would lose a lot of that if I tried to go too poppy with the contrast. So I need to be okay with a certain degree of wispiness across the whole thing. But I think some elements of the contrast can be bumped. Cheese and crackers acquired. Nice. I presume like a cheddar. Yum. I have to be careful with which cheeses I choose, because different cheeses affect me differently. We spoke about it. I think it was Cannibal who brought it up last time. Like a dry cheese isn't nearly as much of an issue. The wet cheeses are terrifying to say the least. White cheddar, nice. I think the key example I gave last time was like a brie. Like I can't do a brie, but I can do a parmesan quite comfortably. I got my eyes checked today. It's been a very, 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 very long time since I've had my eyes checked last. Over a decade, I think. Was when I was initially prescribed lenses. And I haven't really been back since. I think I've been back once, and I think it was like 6 months later or something as like a double check. But I haven't been back since, so it was a little bit scary because there was this feeling of, well, what if I have developed like a degenerative something? What if my eyes are on the cusp of exploding? What if it happens to be? But thankfully, not the case. It was reiterated that I have stigmatisms, like astigmatism in my eyes, which not new. This is not new information. I knew that to be the case. My right eye has gotten like a little bit worse in the decade plus since I've checked it last. But I was informed that is kind of just, it's natural that eyes sort of degrade a little bit over time. But shockingly, my left eye hasn't budged, more or less. So it's still bad. Like, it's still blurry vision without my eyes, without my glasses. Freudian slip. But not to the point where it's sliding down a hill or anything. Was the updated script nice to see with? Yes. Like I don't actually get possession of the lenses until sometime next week. But looking through the little preview, like they kind of like Build-A-Bear a set of glasses for you with like a bunch of lenses on it and stuff. And looking through that was crispy. Remember the leaf with the clarity? Yeah. Big test machines thing is good. Yeah. Well, that's the benefit, right? Is that you get reassurance that like the back of your eye structure is good. Like nothing's going on with the like the surface of your eye and stuff like that, apart from the stigmatism, obviously. What's wrong with the 13? Double text? Oh, nothing on my side. You can see down there that it didn't repeat. But yes, all of this to say that I recommend that if you're worried about checking up on something, do it. Because there are two outcomes. One, it is concerning and there is something wrong and you're all the better for it having gone as early as possible. That way something can be done, or at the very least, like it's harm reduction. Or two, you get the reassurance that nothing's wrong, or maybe something like less bad than what you feared was wrong, and it's like very, very, very easy to deal with. Yeah, because I was stressed for a little while because I'll be tired sometimes, and my eyes start to unfocus a little bit, and my thought is like, are they melting? Are my eyes melting? No. Well, that or I've very convincingly tricked the optometrist and his machines. Trick you, Donatello. Ever get recommended from docs to work on my eyes? Work out my eyes? As in like improve my eyesight? It's not a muscle thing. It's the shape of my lens. So it's not a case of like me working on my muscles to strengthen my vision. It's not like I'm short-sighted or long-sighted. I've got astigmatism, so it means that the actual shape of the lens at the front of my eye is warped. So no amount of exercise will help to improve my eyesight. But no, it's a thing you can do, Funky. Like, it obviously depends on what your condition is. Got the same? Yeah. Similarly, like if you've got if you have what's the word? Like if your eyes are deteriorating due to like a condition, illness, whatever. Similarly, you need medication at that point. It's not a case of exercises. Missed a little bit, but have that too. Seeing starbursts from every light source. Ooh, that's a tough one. I've got little floaties in my vision where little bits of protein from my iris have kind of like broken off from the surface and they're just kind of floating around in my lens. It's completely benign, completely harmless, and my brain automatically filters them out so I don't actually see them 99% of the time. But yeah, it's one of those things where if you don't know what's going on, if you're not familiar with eye health, it's deeply concerning. It's, oh God, I've got aliens in my vision. But getting it checked is a nice reassurance. Finally finished art, general backstory and lore. Finished for a new Jujutsu Kaisen OC. Nice. You get the floaties too, like little squiggle wormies. Yep. Like little dark squiggles, as you say. Yeah. Floaties are cool. That, in all sense, yeah. Floaties at the pool to help you, retain your buoyancy. The floaty aliens that drink my brain jelly. They're always fun. Like I don't remember what happened afterwards, but I remember feeling chill and relaxed afterwards. So probably was a fine interaction. Got the regular ones too. They're little friends under the lids. Yep. But all in all, I'm pleased that I did it. I've been procrastinating about it for the last like 6 years. I know that I should have checked. And it was actually recommended that I go every couple of years. So I might start doing that. I was the same with my dentist. I avoided going back to the dentist like the plague because I don't know. There's like a fear of the worst, and that's more of a cautionary tale. I did end up having like a few cavities that I needed to deal with. And it could have been so much worse if so much worse if I kept procrastinating on it. But I'm glad that I did that too. All in all, remember to remember to do health checkups. They're important. When you're able, obviously. They can be expensive. Quite a bit of it is like covered under Medicare and stuff, so that's nice. Iron Dental are goated in the I'll check next year category in America. Usually not covered by healthcare. Yeah. Thankfully, like here in Oz, we've actually got decent healthcare. Not to brag, just speaking openly. Like mental health checks and stuff, all at least partially covered. Like I think once you've established a mental health plan, you get like 10 sessions or something at a reduced price. Yeah, you know, it's count your blessings and stuff. What's a doctor again? Yeah, sorry, bud. Well, hopefully when you guys are under new management, you get something sorted for yourselves. I don't know why it's controversial. Sorry if I'm stepping on a landmine. I'm just a little guy, I don't pay attention to things. I don't know why it's so controversial to be like, hey, can we have like... I suppose it's because the population is larger, maybe. That's probably the case. That's probably why Australia has like a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the US's population. Only thing I can think of. But then again, the US government would be receiving like tax that's appropriate to the population size. So if you're paying taxes, you should get healthcare. I don't know, man. I don't know how these things work. I won't comment. I don't know how these things function. You should sleep because it's like 1 AM. Yeah, please do. Please do, please do. Especially if you're tired, bud. Thank you for letting me know that you made progress in your Jujutsu Kaisen character. That's awesome. You wouldn't count on it changing anytime soon? I don't know. Your midterms are looking quite promising. Like if things go through in the way that they legally should. Which means that your local governments will update. Literally feeling pain is insinuate affordable healthcare and have to apologies. That's completely fair. If you do what you gotta do. If you have to cleanse my voice from your ears, I get it. I get it. Speaking of followers, this is not bragging. This is me observing. I'm making observations. As a disinterested third party to my own channel, I guess. We've kind of been exploding a little bit recently in terms of like follower stuff. This time last year, we had barely hit 300 followers, I think. We're almost at 800. It's insane. I checked it because I don't usually look at the numbers. But I checked yesterday. Confused mouth bubbles. Confused. Confused screaming. I must be doing something right. I actually can brag about that, you know. I know, but it feels feels weird. I don't I don't like I don't beat my chest about many things. Although I'm a hypocrite, I'll beat my chest about other people's accomplishments. If like if somebody does something really cool, I'll brag all day up and down about how cool it is. But then as soon as it's about me, I feel awkward. Legally speaking, got the document. See, my hands are tied. Here's to 100. See, here's to 800 more. Here's the thing. Not to, like, knock on wood, not to be too cursed about it, but I'm not sure what I want to do moving forward. Because I know for a fact that I want a ceiling. I want like a cap on it. Because like consistently well over like 100 viewers or whatever, I don't think I could do, because I've been in those chats before and they're just hectic and the streamer has no idea what's going on, and the energy's just not wrong, but wrong for what I want. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I've spoken about here's to 8 billion more. True. It's okay. It's ethically mind bragging. True. Yeah. I got all of the documentation sorted, so I can go ahead with it. I think so. The first thing that I'm gonna try, as soon as it gets a little bit more hectic here, is I'm gonna try, like, I've got a few little widgets and buttons and stuff over on my other screen. I'm gonna install a slow chat button so that if things get crazy, I can just quickly push that button and it like slows things down a little bit. It means that people can't post as quickly. We'll try that, see how that feels. If it feels uncomfortable for people, if they're like, Harley, I hate that I have to wait for like 30 seconds before I can type another thing, you know, we'll have to cross that bridge when we get there. But we'll try that and see how we go. I want to maintain the vibes as long as I possibly can. But what? I didn't think I'd see the day that Logic would start posting butts in my chat. How rude. But your cat is stepping in your keep. No, you're fine, you're fine. He could possibly take advantage of my chat. It's not, I don't chalk it up to malicious behavior. It's kind of just, sometimes some people might occasionally treat the chat like a one-on-one conversation with me. Like we're alone in a room, not talking with anybody else, and they'll like rapid fire converse back and forth when like 10 other people are trying to talk to me at the same time. And it explodes the chat a little bit. So I'm imagining that with more people, we're at risk of that happening more often, is kind of my concern. So it's not malicious behavior. It's just earnestness, I suppose, is the word that I'd use for it. They're just incredibly earnest, which is completely fine. It's just, sometimes it doesn't work with more people talking. Made point and click background comparisons before. This is such a secret of the Monkey Island vibe, and you love it to bits. Thank you. I also like it quite a bit, so I'm scared because I want to do it justice. It's so close. It's so close, but I reckon I can nail it. A little bit more time. Gotta keep it low and slow. That's the thing. That's what I want. Within reason, obviously. Like, I won't demand, like, stop talking to me, stop, because, like, that's why I stream, is to talk with people. So I'd never want that, per se. But if I can keep it, I don't know. There's a thing. There's this whole, there's this theory on communities where, like, the streamer can kind of instill a, almost like an intuitive, let's explain this in a way that's comprehensive. There's a thing with online communities where the figurehead is a cringeworthy term, but I'll just use it for explanation's sake. The figurehead kind of determines what the status quo is in terms of what's understood behavior within the community. I feel as though we could develop a little bit of that sense of like decorum, where like we're conscientious of like chat flow and stuff. I mean, we already are quite good with it, I think. Not to, well, you know what? No, I can brag about that. I'm quite proud of our little community that we're quite considerate of each other. So like a cult? No, not like a cult. Stop! You're encouraging his behavior. You're memeing as you come back with no context. No, it's fine. It's something that literally Digi would say. So yeah, see there. Very cult-like behavior for everyone to chant pit, pit, pit. Yeah, but like, who else is going to do it other than us, you know? Somebody's going to chant pit, pit, pit. Somebody's got to roll the natural 20 and just obliterate everybody else's results. Oh my god. Very astute. Are you kidding me? What? The back-to-back? I won't stand for this. No big deal. Well, seemingly so. It was super smooth. Super smooth. Ooh, pardon me. Tavern bot is broken. All right, let's see. Let's check that hypothesis, shall we? How broken is the Tavern bot? Seems pretty average to me. Slightly above average, actually. Yeah, I'd say so. 13 is your husband's lucky number. So it's like a 20. I always tend to try to skew results in a positive light whenever I am playing. Like, guys, I may have rolled a 2, but like 2 is a great, like, you can't be lonely as 2. You've got another person there, you know? Guys, as I'm falling into the pit. It's slightly above. Forgot how numbers are. No, you're fine. You're fine. Because the average of rolling a d20, I think, is mathematically an 11, confusingly enough. I can't remember the maths on that, so I could be wrong. Intuitively, I want to say the average of a d20 roll is a 10. I think that's technically it's the middle point, but I don't believe it's the average for whatever reason. There's no 0. Ah, right. Yes, you are correct. Yep, so it is an 11. Which is its own little bit of satisfaction, because then it means that with a d20 roll, you're more likely to succeed above a 10 than not. I do like the rock a little bit larger. Hi Fields, how you doing? Willow change is still so satisfying. Thank you. Well, hopefully as I start going through and rendering the things that I haven't touched yet, hopefully it starts clicking into place like that. What was that game that you were playing yesterday, by the way, Fields? Was it yesterday? I can't remember. Time is a construct. Where you were running around as like weird costumed people in like in a mall or like a convention center or something. Mama's Sleeping Angels. What's the premise of the game? I was watching for so long and I couldn't figure it out. Is it just survival? Don't feel like you've seen this in a while. Looking very cozy. I was working on it yesterday, Jade. Thank you. No, I appreciate it. How you doing? How's your day been? Would I convey the intention of forest lands in the background? I'm not too fussed about that. As long as I make the like immediate environment like quirky and inviting, I think I'm satisfied. Don't feel like don't think you were here yesterday. You were making like you were making tikka masala. Ooh, yum. I anticipate that it will kind of rapidly, hopefully, fingers crossed, knock on wood. I'm hoping that it will rapidly evolve over the next week. To hopefully have it completed by the end of next week. So hearing you say that it's looking really nice, I appreciate it. It's difficult to compare. It's difficult to compare because like I'm in it, you know. I'm constantly working on it, so it's really difficult to compare to where I was like a couple of days ago. Tikka masala, hardly know her. It reminds me of like back in the day when people would really stretch to try and make your mum jokes that like did not work at all. You know who also played Call of Duty last night? Your mum. So cool. Is she good at the video game? I'm confused. Where are we going with this? Yeah, my mom. Yep. Have a concept for the monthly. Still working on the composition work for, in your head. I'm so behind. I've got some here. I'll see if I've got it on quick hand. I do. I've still got this one that I started working on for Fey Brewery that I kind of fell in love with, that I want to keep working on. But it means that I'm now behind on the one for next, for this month. Oh god, time. You know what I mean. Collect enough curses, either can be violent or entirely benign, to feed Mama, basically extracted from the level. Your main objective within levels is to find imaginary friends within the levels themselves. With enough levels, the imaginary friends will be awakened from the dream, and that's the real progression of the game. Okay. So you're essentially running around as like a moth, like a moth light, kind of, right? And you're trying to get as many moths to kind of get attracted to you as possible, but not die in the process. So you're teeter-tottering between like accruing curses, but then not dying via the curses, and you kind of need a balance. Yeah, okay. You know who you regularly show your muscle men, because when your mum, yeah, exactly, boom, absolutely destroyed. There's no recovery from that, more or less. So for the no, you're fine, you're fine. Gonna be happy. Minecraft with Elena time? Yeah, enjoy. I'll chat with you later, dude. I've been addicted to Slay the Spire 2. It's so good. It's so good. It's all the joy of the first game, but it feels like their approach to the second game is one, fun first mentality. Like there are some card interactions that are a little bit busted that I'm sure will be balanced with time. But they've clearly just been like, you know what, this is probably going to be a little bit busted, but we're just going to do it because it's fun, which I love. There's an ability that you can pick for one of your cards where every time you go to a rest site, you can clone the card, which applies to all the clones as well. So it means that you go to a campsite, you clone a card, it becomes 2. You go to the next campsite, you clone the card, it becomes 4. You can fill your deck with like one specific particularly broken card. It's so much fun. It's so fun. And I love the new characters so much. They're so well done. It's literally it's the classic, like, every time I close my eyes to sleep, I see her in my dreams, and it's just me thinking of Slay the Spire 2. Was it worth the 25 years since Slay the Spire 1? I'd say so, yeah. I'd say so. You can very much so tell that it's not just a we'll just do it again approach to the sequel. The enchanting system where you can apply modifiers to cards is sick, is so good. So well done. The Regent and the Necrobinder are beautifully done. Beautifully done. The Regent with his extra resource system, tying a class into colorless cards as a potential branch is brilliant. Doom on the Necrobinder is the mechanic, is kind of like a poison mechanic, but it triggers at the end of the enemy's turn, and that's usually a really bad mechanic. I've tried it in a bunch of other games, and it's always super weak. But they've done it in a really good, well done way, because the Necrobinder is inherently quite defensive. With her like hand familiar that takes attacks for you, that it works. It all just works. I would call Slay the Spire 2 inspired. Definitely not like a cash grab. Not at all. Spent your afternoon gutting the Wii console, hoping to replace the drive entirely eventually. Is it non-functioning? What happened? Is it a repair job that you're doing at the moment, or are you attempting to jailbreak, I think is the term? Sorry if I sound a little bit nasally, by the way. I'm suspecting that I'm coming down with something. I can hear the congestion. I can feel the congestion. Need to make sure that I don't make weird, gross noises into the microphone as I breathe. My dear fellow, I hardly dare confess this, but your mother's status of such magnificent proportion that if she takes to a fainting lounge, it is the furniture and not she that requires reviving. Oh, my dear goodness. What an absolute display of intellectual magnitude. Jade. Good Lord. It's functioning. That doesn't mean discs you thought about just soft modding it instead. Figured it'd be a fun side project. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. A cousin of mine does console alterations, and it seems fun. It's very much so like its own hobby. It has its, where you go from hobby to hobby, and they have their own lexicon, their own vocabulary. Like, yes, the quantum drive of the starburst system has been corrupted by the Frankfurt interval. Oh God, I've got no idea what's going on. Console tongue? Yeah, exactly. I've seen it in the fighting game community. Like, they'll make shorthand to concepts that are not self-explanatory. They'll be like, oh yeah, just like the input for that anti-air is a 346, and I'm looking at the other person like, excuse me, what the frick did you say to me? Yeah, if you just input a DP with like a quick shoryu ought to do it. I'm going, what? Can talk to Pythons and PlayStations. Fully licensed? Hell yeah. Licensed to kill with 21 months. Stewie. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. How you doing? 21 months. We're almost at 2 years. Mein Gott. You'd like an old speckled hen? Of course. Out of curiosity on my part, let me look it up for a second. How you doing, Monster Quest? Speckled hen recipe. Old speckled hen. Let's have a look. Okay. Oh, thank God, this site has dark mode. Please, does this one also have dark mode? Yes, okay, cool. No, that doesn't... Stewing... Wait, excuse me? Oh, it's a stew. 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 It's not a drink, it's a stew. Okay, so hear me out. I thought it was a drink. So reading as the first ingredient, 600 grams of stewing beef. It's a not stew? Is it not? Old Speckled Hen is a popular English ale, often brewed as a clone. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Old Speckled Hen beer. Here we go. Right, so it's just a it's a strain of beer. Yeah, okay. I was so confused. I was so confused for a second. No, that's my bad. That's my bad. Dark mode is what you call 3 p.m. naps. I am entering dark mode. There's a drink redeem? There is. Blame Billy, put you onto my channel. And you've been trapped here ever since. Screaming into the void. It's nice and you don't get it often. Fair. What would you say that like stands out about it? Because I'm, as somebody who doesn't drink, call into question my decision making to run a tavern. But for somebody who doesn't drink, what's the difference between that and say like a regular draft? Hi Buck, how you doing? Ever heard about how medieval people always drank beer? Did they? I wasn't it ale? Or is ale a type of beer? A shot of chicken noodle? That's why I was confused for a second. I thought that it legitimately was a request for a delicious stew, but in like a keg, please. You have a loading icon on your brain? You're fine. Take all the time you need. Been playing D1 with a new character as well as... Excuse me? Oh, I accidentally pressed button. Hello. As well as dabbling in Hogwarts Legacy, No Man's Sky, and some smaller Steam games. Yeah, nice. Nice. Are you looking for something to like sink your teeth into? Oh, Stewie, you would love, actually, now that I think about it, you would love Marathon. It's kind of like Destiny, but hardcore competitive PvP, like scavenge shooting. So like high tension, high adrenaline, very twitchy, like no good vibes, just aggression. I think you would love it. It'd be so good for you. Lines up with you perfectly, my friend. Aspire to be as good as me. Been lurking for like 18 months now. I appreciate your company, even if we haven't chatted. I appreciate having you had been here. There are better ways of structuring that sentence, but yeah. But thank you. I appreciate the compliment very much so. There's nothing special about what I do. I just want to clarify. I strongly believe that unless there's something like that very specifically hampers your learning process, like if you have a learning disability, or if it's a time restraint, or there's something about how you see the world that's fundamentally different from how I visually see the world and that sort of thing, I believe that anybody can develop like this style or degree of blah blah blah, whatever I've got going on. So if you do want to get quote unquote as good as me, I don't think I'm very good, but if you want to get like to sort of where I am at, I strongly believe that you can. You're a Destiny 2 lover? Went too crazy about Marathon? Not much for extraction shooters? Yeah. I'm a strong believer in a couple of things for Destiny 2. One, I feel as though they should have ended Destiny 2 after the final shape. I feel like that was a really good closure. If anything, they could have had like an epilogue afterwards, maybe. That would have been fine. Like an epilogue expansion afterwards. But I feel like that was a good closing spot, and they could have then gone on to develop like a Destiny 3. And then my second grievance with the franchise is I fundamentally disagree with what they did with Renegades. They're going to have to do a lot to win me back, given that they cross-pollinated it with Star Wars so directly. I don't have an issue with inspiration, but it was a little bit too on the nose for me, so I'm a bit uncomfortable with the series at the moment. You are hardcore? That prick, I told you, Stewie. Match made in heaven. No good vibes, just aggression. You were going to mention alcohol cults in ancient Greece, and it's mostly that. Perfect. Wait, it's a shock that I'm not an alcoholic given my Greek heritage. Then, if what you're saying is true, always carrying Billy to the lighthouse in trials. Well, you can't stop you. More of a rich flavor than American light beers, but it's also not dense like stouts, not sharp like IPAs. Relaxing and a bit of an English nostalgia. I think that's your best shot. No, that gives me an excellent quality comparison because I have tried some beers in the past, like well in my past. And that gives me some like tangibles to kind of do a little bit of comparison with. No, cool. I can see the appeal. It reminds me of the difference between like a straight black tea as compared to like a chamomile or something. It's got like a little bit of extra oomph, but it's not as bitter, that sort of thing. Not as heavy. You really enjoyed Renegades? That's completely fine. Like, I don't think that other people should necessarily have my opinion. It's just myself, as an audience member. I'm not hooked anymore. Should have ended at Final Shape. Yeah. What did they rip off of Star Wars? Well, Funky, I'm glad that you asked. In Renegades, they gave the Praxic order of warlocks in the Destiny universe literal actual lightsabers, like actual lightsabers that made the vroom, 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 vroom noises, and like force powers and stuff. They had like lightsaber duels in that expansion in cutscenes and stuff. The antagonist for Renegades was straight up just Kylo Ren from the new sequel trilogy of Star Wars, like actually for real. They reflavored him slightly as one of the Dredgen Bane, I think. But straight up like the voice modulator, like my name is Kylo Ren or whatever, like that tone of voice, all there. They had the trash compactor scene, or the Cabal order that comes in, straight up stormtroopers, like they're in white garb and everything. It starts in a Star Wars like starship hangar, like actually for real, one for one. Most of the expansion takes place on like a Tatooine-esque location. Jabba's palace is straight up in the game. They've got Sarlacc pits, they've got AT-STs, they've got like they've got land speeders, everything. It's all just straight rips from Star Wars, and it makes me so physically uncomfortable. Like Super Smash Bros. 64, 100%. The Praxic Blade lightsaber is your favorite addition to the game in the last few years? Sure, but I personally hate it with a fiery passion. If I were to point to one thing and be like, I'm not coming back because of that, the blade would be part of it. Blaster weapons are good too. Yeah, sorry, the blasters make Star Wars blaster noises as well. Grogu shows up as a cameo. Yeah, I would not be surprised. Running a tavern, not a drinker. Won't drink my own supply. True, I'm making straight cash. Polar Rain. Exactly, straight up. It's straight up just like a slight reflavor. Renegades was made in collaboration with Lucasfilm Games. Don't think it's like an unintentional copying. It was intentional. It was intentional, incredibly so. Like they wanted to make it as close to Star Wars as possible. And it just feels like Fortnite to me. I hate the, like, sorry to use strong language, but it's true. I hate the Fortnite craze that has kind of swept the industry of trying to pile in as many cameos as possible. At least when it was just skins, like they had tons of skins in Destiny that were like Star Wars skins, Ghostbusters skins, like a whole bunch of like collaborative skins and stuff. Sure, fine, whatever. I hate it, but it's not the end of the world. But they actually started bringing it into the story. That's the thing that kills me. That's the thing that like destroys my soul. Sorry to go on like a whole rant about it. but it's true. It's how I feel. Music was boss. Forsaken is still number one. Yeah, I could agree with that. The Dreaming City was beautiful. So was the Reef. The Shattered Shore. All allowed to have some wrong opinions. Which is fine. I mean, hey, like, if you are enjoying what you are receiving, hey, cool. That's all good. It's just I'll refuse to engage with it myself. Gonna talk about Dionysus, because he is kind of similar, where he was a real hot piece culturally that got forced into being part of the new religious craze in Rome. He was known as being twice born, like a certain celeb. Oh. Dionysus was turned into a Roman god as well, like one for one. I know that they kind of did the one for one, but I believe there was like a bit of a rebrand for each one, right? Like Poseidon became like Neptune, and Ares became Mars, and blah 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 blah. Was there no equivalent for Dionysus? It was just like one for one. Dionysus 2 Electric Boogaloo. Glad that I know what I like or don't like. Meanwhile, you're glad that you haven't completely left the franchise. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's all good. Like, as I said, I'll never run over to somebody's sand pit and start kicking over their castles and stuff. If you enjoy what you enjoy, cool. By all means, like, go for your life. More joy in the world. I'm not going to sit here crying about it. But I just recognize that it's not catering to me anymore. Forced to be Pan, but they mourned him as Pan. What? But I thought that Dionysus's whole thing was that he was just a party dude. Wahahay. Roman Dionysus is Bacchus. Yeah, I thought as much, right? Because I assumed that all of them got like a name rebrand. Playing D1, been sweating in strikes. No, I mean, you're starting fresh. Friendly reminder from Harley to run ads and take a short break. Thank you, Tavern. I appreciate it. I will take my short break in but a moment. Very, very, very shortly, I swears. Hand on heart. Ooh. I have thoughts about the new Spider-Man trailer that dropped yesterday, by the way. Sorry, not to leave you guys on a bit of a cliffhanger, but I will share them after my break. Apollo, however, doesn't really have a name change. Really? Straight up 1-to-1? Had too much Dionysus juice? He's the only harvest god to serve as an implementation of madness. Have his status as an Olympian challenged? Might be wrong though. I'm taking all that you're saying as gospel, because all of my knowledge on the Greek pantheon was back when I was learning it in a school in Greece, like the age of 7 or whatever it was. Because you have the starter feelings, but you don't know how to end them. Feel that you don't have context for where Spider-Man is leading. Oh yeah, sure. I can speak to that a little bit. Power difference between D1 and D2 is insane. D2 strikes are so much easier. D1 strikes are a real grind, but you're loving it. Well, that would be part of that would be the power creep in D2. Like your power output as a prismatic whatever guardian is going to be insane in comparison. Third natural 20, good lord. I'm so sorry to do this, Megs, but it's been an hour, so I do need to step away for a little bit, but I'll be back soon, okay? I'll be back in a jiffy. I recommend that if you've been sat or laid down for the past hour, I recommend getting up and moving around a little bit. You'll feel better. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads in the meantime, so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the next hour. I'll see you soon. Yabby. Hello? Quit while you're ahead. You got a natural 20 you've never rolled again. Oh yeah. The new Spider-Man trailer was a fake at first. Looks real low energy. Well, that's the entire premise of the trailer, is that Spider-Man is depressed. That's his whole thing. didn't want any more. Did wonder what the maze was rolling so soundly for, and it was drugs. Okay. So, here are my thoughts about the new Spider-Man trailer. I feel mixed. I feel mixed about it. On the one hand, it feels like there are a lot of moments of earnestness in it and a little less crash bang, which I appreciate. Like I don't tend to think of myself as an audience member who wants jangly keys. Not to say that there's anything wrong with jangly keys, but like it's just not for me. I prefer like more story beats rather than like there's an action scene every 5 minutes. So I'm kind of reassured by that. On the other hand, I'm concerned for the scope of the movie. I'm concerned for how much they're trying to put into it. Because what's the info that we got from the trailer? Let's kind of parse it out a little bit. P-A-R-S-E, parse. Let's try and like place all of the little tiles in front of us to see which tiles are present. Do you have a dream idea for what a Spider-Man movie could do for me? Jingling keys or not? Oh, for sure. I'll go into that in a second. But let's have a look at what they're trying to do in this movie. We've seen rant board. Yeah, no, okay, we can do that. We've seen that they want to do the reconciliation of like Spider-Man having like zapped everybody's memories. So they're wanting to do that. So that's 1. 2, they're trying to do this thing of like establishing his new like interactions within New York in terms of like getting him involved with the Punisher and stuff. And like Bruce Banner as his professor, like kind of like re-establishing it within his setting. Sure. 2. 3, they're doing a metamorphosis arc for him where he starts taking on some of the like biological elements of like some of the previous they did this in the comics where after the first Spider-Man movie came out, they did a whole thing with like him and Madam Web and stuff where he went into like a spider cocoon or whatever, and then he came out on the other side and he had like biological web coming out of his wrists and stuff. Looks like they're kind of doing that a little bit in this one, so they're kind of doing like a biological metamorphosis thing with him. So that's 3. 4, it seems like there's going to be some sort of confrontation with the Scorpion. Okay. 5, it looks like there's going to be a confrontation with like some sort of malevolent puppet master, weird like transferable psychic thing. That's 5. 6, there's going to be a confrontation with the Hand as like this like ninja group. 7, it looks like there's going to be like a military confrontation as well. That seemed like there was like a tank in New York City with like a minigun firing off and stuff. I worry about how much they're going to try to push into this movie. I had similar thoughts about The Amazing Spider-Man 2, where the initial thought was like, oh, like maybe some of these things are minor confrontations. Like with the Rhino, maybe it's minor. Maybe with like the Goblin, it's minor and stuff. Even though it turned out to be that in The Amazing Spider-Man 2, the Rhino's role was quite minor. The Goblin's role was like relatively minor as compared to Electro. Electro was like the main villain, and then the Goblin was the minor villain. Even though that happened to be the case, I felt like the pacing was awful. It was absolutely awful. There was way too much going on in the movie. It didn't know really where to channel any of its attention. It kind of was flotsam. It was all over the place. I worry about that being the case in this one as well, because it feels as though they've got quite a few plot lines all kind of vying. Because generally speaking, in movies, you've got something known as an A plot and a B plot. The A plot is like the main storyline that needs to be concluded by the end. The B storyline is kind of something that sits below the surface. So an example of this might be in Ghostbusters. The A plot is like the ritual that's going to take place to have like ghosts unleashed on New York, right? So that's the A plot. The B plot is bringing the team together, right? It's a pretty quintessential A plot, B plot, but that tends to be how movies function. Like that tends to be how they stay on top of pacing, because they don't try and do too many things all at the same time. And it feels as though I can't identify. Maybe it's a good thing that I can't identify the A plot and B plot from the first trailer. Maybe that's good. But it feels as though they've got an A plot, a B plot, a C plot, and a D plot, all from this first trailer that I can see, which is concerning. Deeply concerning. For me, I'm not saying that you guys should necessarily agree, but that's where I'm at. What if Spider-Man names were changed to their Roman versions? Yeah, true. Arachnid Man. Not in the main canon universe anymore, is he? He's in his own new one. No. He's in the MCU one. Like, Bruce Banner is there as Bruce Banner and the Hulk and stuff. The Punisher is there from MCU. Like, it's the main MCU universe. But Bruce Banner is human. It'll probably explain that that he's done experiments to like normalize or whatever. He's half Hulk now, isn't he, with his son? That was part of it, but no, I'd say like there's nothing that implies that he's gone to another universe. Like he never went to another universe in any of his previous things. He was his mother spider, Madame Web, was a crazy pull, to be honest. I'd appreciate any reference to minor confrontation with a Green Goblin to hack into people's accounts. And yeah. Hi Chi, how you doing? Welcome. I think because of where Spider-Man was introduced in the MCU, they had to introduce him really fast so he could be in the Avengers as soon as possible. Since then, it's been trying to give him a number of small origin stories as his place in the world kept changing. Now, after No Way Home, his status quo has been reset in many ways. Get a new origin in some sense, and you're excited to see what's going on. Oh, for sure. This feels like a new direction for him. It feels closer to kind of where he's at in the comics, in the sense that, generally speaking, it's memed on to heck and back, but it's true. Like, he is more depressed in the comics. Like, fundamentally, he struggles more. So having him in like a place of struggle, I think, is a refreshing take for this particular version of the character. I'm interested in seeing how they go about it. Apparently you were here before. Apparently. Well, welcome in. Might have been one of the raids the other day. How you doing? How's your day been? Sorry if I said it. What's with his eyes going black and not needing web shooters anymore? That's a whole thing. That's a whole subplot in the comics where he starts to mutate, and he starts taking on more, spider stuff. He starts taking on more spider stuff. There was a point in the comics where I don't remember reading during this era, but there was like a version of Spider-Man where he had like an extra set of arms out of his midsection. I think this was during the cloning saga. That was a whole mess. But yeah, as part of that whole thing, he ends up mutating and getting some like additional powers and stuff. He's unlocking his second phase. Yeah, yep. You've been here before. Told one more stream day for a streak, but when? Yeah, the streak system is weird. I don't quite understand it. Sometimes it just goes like, yeah, one more stream, and then you turn up the next stream, and you have to wait half an hour before it kicks in. It does eventually work. Tendencies. No, not tendencies. Traits. He's unlocking more spider traits. Yeah. What this means for the movie, I'm not sure. Maybe he'll like develop more of a spider sense than what he currently has in the movies. Maybe he's already pretty strong in the MCU in terms of like physically. So I don't know. I don't know how it'll present itself. Turns into Tobey Maguire, yeah. Don't think he'll get his extra arms, go full man spider. Kind of wish he does. It'd be cool, but it's very wacky. I'm not sure if the MCU would do it. Has a Spider-Man ever just stayed a man but got small? No, that's Ant-Man. Tangentially related, not quite the same thing. Also, bye guys. Yeah, Funky, go do what you gotta do. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good day. Or night. Night. Have a good night. Sleep well. But yeah, Haichi, sorry, you've jumped in while we're in the middle of a conversation about the new Spider-Man trailer that dropped yesterday. How you doing? How's your day been? The TV show becomes Man Spider because of a disease in one comic. In one comic, it's because he goes to the Savage Lands. In another one, it was just a secondary puberty. That's the thing that always confused me. I wasn't sure if it was part of like the cloning saga or not, because I remember it being part of that mess. Would a spider boy be a hairless spider? Well, I mean, Spider-Man is a hairless spider. So there wouldn't be that much difference. Spider-Man who just puts a web in a corner and eats bugs in the summer. I think you just want to watch like National Geographic, to be entirely honest, is what it's sounding like. Hear me out. Superhero. We'll call him Kangaroo Boy. But he's not a boy, he's just a kangaroo, and the entire movie is just him in the Australian outback, just kind of scavenging for food. And that's the whole movie. Usually Spider-Boy is just Peter Parker's son. Looks about the same. Sometimes, however, in Amalgam Universe, Spider-Boy is a Superboy x Spider-Man mashup who shoots web out of a handgun. You like him? That sounds very fanficky, but I do see the appeal. I do see the appeal. Food is great. I don't disagree. To be honest, I probably would enjoy that too, but I just don't think it would be like superhero coded, which is fine. Gonna see the spider car in this movie? True. everybody's clamoring for it. And when I say everyone, it's B and Stewie. When the guy in Castaway gets his food, it's thrilling. You're not wrong. When Tom Hanks, the actor, was stuck on that island for a very long time, I don't know. I was glued to my seat the whole time. Talking about Jumper, Wonder Woman's kangaroo sidekick that you believe was just a normal kangaroo. That's funny. That's very, very, very funny. For some reason, I have a massive urge to see like a The Boys style parody of just like a superhero dragging just a random animal around as their sidekick. I don't know why, but that just makes me laugh. That's too funny. That's so good. If you could be dragged around eating corn dogs, you'd be a sidekick? Yeah, no, that's fair. In the movie Sky High, they have a whole bunch of dialogue about how much it's like, ugh, sidekicks. I don't know, it'd be fun. Great movie. Yeah. Actually a classic. I feel like it aged so well. It aged so well because Sky High came out pre the MCU, or at the very least, like around when the first. No, it'd be pre. Iron Man was 2008. When did Sky High release date? 29th of July, 2005. I knew it. I knew it in my bones. It totally did. It came out, Sky High came out before the MCU. It's aged so well. It's aged so well. Hi, Dump Truck. Hey, Dawn. Happy day. Straight to the pitch. To the pitch of happiness. Hey, Dawn. Oh, no. I'm imagining it was a star jump straight into the pit. Can anyone roll? Yeah, you absolutely can. There is a 1 minute cooldown on it though, just to keep in mind. Need a dump truck in the pit? It's pretty disgusting at the moment. Yeah, it's true. She's got her work cut out for it. There's a lot of just stuff down there. It's roly-polies, but very relaxing actually. On the way down, yeah, okay. I'm just imagining that scene from Inside Out where Joy and Sadness crash into like the forgotten area with all the like the memory orbs or whatever. But instead of it being like all miserable and stuff, just dump truck going, yay! roll. As your inaugural role. Straight to the pit. Straight to the pit. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Love that movie. It's so good. So good. I enjoyed Inside Out 2 as well. You lost that core memory. You love that. You lost that core memory. Now part of. You love that core memory is now part of society's vernacular. Yep. 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 What would my islands be inside? Inside Out situation. What would my core islands be? D&D Island is it's just a given. Like, hey, if Riley can have Hockey Island or like Ice Hockey Island or whatever, I can have D&D Island, okay? And I'll fight you for it. That's just a thing. Stream Island, I suppose, would be another one. Well, I've got to think of two more. Frick. Those are my only two things. Bouldering Island. And then Video Game Island, I suppose. Excuse me. Art Island is just a given. That's 5. That's 5 islands. No Cat Island? Probably not a dedicated Cat Island. Lots of core, like, happy memories. But I don't feel I feel as though Cat Island gets unlocked when you have like multiple cats. I don't think I can claim that yet. You love Pouchy in the second movie. I loved everything with the secondary set of emotions. I think was fantastic. I related hardcore. I pointed to the screen. I pointed enthusiastically. I jumped up and down in the seat, and my friends who I was there with had to kind of take me back down to the cinema seat. I pointed. I went, that me over there on the screen. It was glorious. Here's your Ben 10 Island, your Drawing Island, your Full Metal Alchemist Island, and your Cheesecake Island. Your life skills and family share on Island. Frick. Yeah, I suppose that's a cool aspect as well. Family Island, I suppose, exists. Yeah, Family and Friends Island, I suppose, would be one and the same. Should add an OC Island. I think it's a must. Guess I don't love my cat. How dare. Cat exists on the Family and Friends Island. There you go. Boom. Sorted. Cat wants a kingdom, not an island. That's the problem, right? Seismic shifts if islands are crumbling and rising in you as you switch between hyperfixations. Constant. Literally constant. Which emotions do I think we'll see next movie? Existentialism, internalized homophobia, and IBS is your bad. I don't feel like they need to do another movie. But then again, that's how I felt after they did the first movie. I strongly feel like a lot of the Pixar movies are just kind of supposed to be one and dones. On a low energy day, gonna lurk for a bit. May come back for end of stream. Yeah, no stress. Do what you gotta do. Look after yourself, bud. But yeah, no, I strongly feel like they don't really need to do a third movie. Don't think they need to. No, they will. Yeah. I don't know. If it's good, if they have an idea for it, I'm fine with it. But if it looks like they don't really have any... Because that's the thing that had me interested in the second movie, was it was clear that they had a direction for it. And after watching it, I can at least be under the misconception that they did have an initial idea for it. But if it looks like they don't have anything for the third one, I just won't watch. Actually, Panic is an emotion you'd expect to see. Yeah, potentially. Welcome to the team, boy kisser. I mean, it'd be neat. I just don't think that Pixar would kind of tread in that direction, because their audience never really rises above like early teens, as in their core storytelling sensibilities. I'd be down for it, but I just don't see it happening. Call of the Void, sleep paralysis visions, and low blood sugar. As a person who's bipolar, do you like imagining sadness and joy performing WWE in your skull? Well, that's the fun thing, right? Is that, as Dump Truck was kind of alluding to before, it's kind of turned it into a way that people start seeing the world, which is fun. Don't think Pixar will have that. It's a main character. If a main character is queer, can't sell it to the Chinese market. Yeah, because apparently that's what happened with. I can't even remember the name of it. One of their most recent movies. I can't remember the name, but apparently that happened with the main character. It was intended for him to be gay, I believe, and it just it died in the developmental phase. Brr. Oh no, not the 2. That's tough. That's tough. The 4 into the 2. Should quickly grab a swig of the water. Much better? Easy. Easy recovery. That's the thing, right? Is when playing D&D, after you've had a session of like 3 natural ones in a row, as soon as you get a 9, you're like, oh, thank God. I'm so happy with a 9. A 9 is so good in comparison. It's kind of why I deem that it's important that you have degrees of success in D&D. Like, for example, if somebody's attempting to climb a house or something, unless they're rolling absolutely, like, insanely poorly, perhaps a low roll speaks to the fact that they're climbing it loudly, or it takes them way longer than it usually would in order to climb the house, or perhaps somebody spots them in the process, or perhaps like a part of the house like falls loose in the process and they damage part of the house as part of their ascension, that sort of thing. Because it can be super stinky when in D&D it's just literally a yes or no game. I've tried to keep that in mind with my DMing for the last few years, because there are some players that consistently roll super low, and does that mean that, like, because the dice say no, that character doesn't get to do anything ever? Not even from a fairness perspective. It's a case of narrative satisfaction. It's like, you still failed your attack, but at least your sword was facing your opponent. Yeah, exactly. You know? Something. Dice says you stay at home and watch TV. That's sometimes how it feels. Where if you've sat there rolling, like a 5 for the past entire session, does that mean like nothing happened? And I say no. Nothing didn't happen. Double negative. Hello, Climber of Rocks. Hello, Cowboy. How are you doing? Welcome. You asked me first. Yeah, I'm doing good. I had an eye test today, and I am pleased to announce that my eyes still see, which is good. I take it as a personal win. My right eye has gotten a little bit worse over the last decade and a half, which the optometrist says is completely normal, so I shouldn't be panicking. But surprisingly, my left eye is basically exactly the same. So we take our wins and our losses. Also find if a character just outright fails with nothing achieved, then it's often just ends up going around and around the table for everyone else to give it a go. Just like, yeah, exactly. It becomes like, okay, we're just looking for a number at this point and no storytelling is taking place. Yeah, I completely agree. A way of failing and propelling the story forward is a skill that I highly recommend DMs look into, because one, it's always cool to utilize, it's always super fun, and two, it's more satisfying for literally everybody at the table. Playing Monopoly and you keep going to jail, you need to get bitten by radioactive yeah, exactly. You need to be to compel you forward. Exactly. But that's quite an astute way of putting it, Stewie. Sometimes RNG is just the worst. And does that mean that that player now just doesn't get to play the game because they keep going to jail in Monopoly? If it's rules as written, the answer is yes, but at the same time, it's a storytelling game. So you, as I've kind of alluded to a second ago, there are ways of failing in fun, interesting ways that pushes the story forward in a satisfying way. I need to get the left is siphoning vitality from the right. The left side of the tavern? I'm confused. My left eye. Ah, yes. Yeah. Completely right. You are completely right. My left eye is Dorian graying, while my right eye is the portrait. Ooh, a hamburger drink. Cheers to that. Cheers, Cowardly. How you doing? How you been? How's your day been? Stewed beef burger. I made the mistake one time. Just because the spotted hen is both a drink and a stew, does that mean that I should be judged for it? Yes. The answer is yes. I should be judged for it. And sorry, Cowardly, I misread your name before. There's somebody with a very similar username to you, with a very similar length, with the same color of green, and like the word shapes are very similar as well. So I misread. Apologies. I hope you're doing well. If you go to a bar and ask for a sex on the beach, do you think they look around the nearest coastline? There is actually a have you heard of Tomska on YouTube? He does like the Asdif movies. He was involved in Ed's World, if you're familiar with that. He still runs Ed's World. You've seen? Yeah. It's hilarious. It's so good. Oh yeah, I was gonna say he has a skit exactly about that with Crab Sticks, I think is the name of the other creator. Where they're essentially cursing each other with with cocktail drink names. It's glorious. I like trains. Literal drinks, yep. Highly recommend it if anybody hasn't seen that skit before. It's very, very, very funny. Now you're stuck looking up Sloppy Joe. No, you're fine. Minecraft session over for you. Elena is playing away. Nice. It was so cute the other day, receiving the tour. So good. So good. I've said it a few times, but it's true. I should play Minecraft again. I gotta find time. It's just not on top of, it's not at the top of my priority list. Understandably so, given what's going on at the moment, but I should get back to it at some point. Not sloppy eye Joe. Hi Tahaka. Oh, it's so visceral. Now I'm thinking of Sloppy Joe, like the beans and mints and stuff, as like a projectile that hits somebody in the eyeball. More of a minced pasta sauce shoved into a hamburger bun, not quite stewed beef. Yeah, very similar to like a chili con carne, if you're familiar with that. So many games to play. Yeah. So you like what? You don't hear Sloppy Joe referring to a jumper these days? You missed that? Oh, as in like a pullover, like a worn jumper? Sloppy Joe is what we call Uncle Joe because his house is a mess. Old Sloppy Joe. You don't understand. The term Sloppy Joe is not endearing, it's laced with judgment. Apparently in Wikipedia it's called a sweatshirt. Oh. I guess? I always know them as being a jumper and or a hoodie. They usually fit within one bucket or another. So, that's tough. That's tough. I mean, hopefully the winds of change do something about your luck, Squid. How you doing? How was your day? Oh, speaking of. A tour is about how you're feeling right now, to be honest. Pretty tired. Well, checking the time, you should be home, so take your time to rest. Take your time to rest. You had the looking after primary school kids thing you volunteered for? I won't even ask how it goes, how it went. I can assume based on your energy. Thursday's your rest day because of that? Yeah, fair. Fair. Oh, good then. It means that you have an opportunity to just chill now, yeah? Went fine, honestly. The kids were at least well behaved despite their energy. Ah, that's fair. Yeah, good. Good. It's good to discern between it went well versus it was tiring. So I'm glad to hear that you have a positive outlook on it. New Unbeatable patch release. So you're playing that. What's new with the patch? Added 2 new songs, the ability to change the background stage. Cool. How's the quest been going for 100%? Quest for the achievement has been put on hold for a while, probably a holiday thing. Yeah, fair. A wise call. Friend was like, just cheated in because he knows things on how to do that. You're just like, no. Well, that's the thing is, it's not about having the achievement. It's about earning the achievement. In my humble opinion, I won't be the arbiter of achievements. You can only achieve achievements if you consult with me beforehand. So saith I. My goal at the moment is to try and render out the tavern, probably to a completed state, I'd say, at this point. Specifically because I want to see what else needs to be adjusted in the scene. And a good way of doing that will be to have the tavern at a fully rendered state. Because it'll tell me how much I can render the rest, because the tavern is the thing that I want the viewer to look at. So if it's garnering enough attention, I can vibe check the rest of it. Remember playing Mortal Kombat and your mate Sega really struggling with the finish and button combos? Yeah, the finishes were I suppose the finishes are like Mortal Kombat's version of like supers. Because supers in Street Fighter and stuff tend to have more complicated button inputs. Halfway through the attempts, the character would just fall over. Yeah. Or the saddest thing, Stewie, the saddest instance is when you're inputting the sequence for it and your character steps forward and does a little jab and like pushes them over and you're like, no, no, stop. Please. It's so lame. I know. Because presumably at that point you've already said something along the lines of, yo, check this out to the other person, and then you like pop them in the schnoz and bonk them over. Ugh. It's just embarrassing at that point. Anytime you did them, it was by accident, by mashing the buttons. When you wish upon a star. A little bit like that, yeah. I have so much respect for people who get good at fighting games, because my god, I've tried to like get into fighting games before. You can't do it. It's impossible. It's actually impossible. That's the moment that you knew that you had the skills to be a pro gamer. Yeah, exactly. Straight to Evo, baby. Top 8, here we go. You're on the stage. You've beaten your opponent, and then you turn to the crowd and you go, yo, check this out. And your character kind of jostles back and forth for a little bit and then bops forward with a kick and kicks the other opponent, kicks your opponent in the shit, and they fall over. Ugh. The embarrassment, but on a global scale. It used to be worse. It used to be worse as well. Because at least nowadays, when you've beaten your opponent in Mortal Kombat, they're staggering around. You could understandably see them like toppling over at any point in time. Like, cool. You know, I haven't input anything, and they've kind of just, oh, poor guys, tuck it out, right? But back in the day, it used to be so much worse. It used to be that they'd be standing there. How to do this? They'd be standing there in the most unnatural pose, just jostling their head around. Like, nobody who's about to fall unconscious stands like straight on their 2 feet just kind of wiggling their head around, you know? At that point in time, if they're falling over, you know that it's a decision that they've made. And that's what makes it so embarrassing, because you can tell that they've just been like, well, I'm bored, I'm going to fall on the ground now. So no, please, no, keep standing for like, I don't, like 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes, can you keep standing? The original way that you got into Guilty Gear was your friend saying that you and him would play it, but he tried it and after a day he said it was complicated. Now that you've played it and learned the majority of the basic mechanics, it's really simple, honestly. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not sure how Guilty Gear plays in comparison to like a Street Fighter. Is it directional inputs the same? Like, if you want to do any of the special moves, do you have to input like quarter circle inputs and stuff? And like Shoryu Z inputs and things? Because that's the thing that got me is like I can play a Smash Bros where it's a button per thing that you want to do and it's just a case of stringing those things together in the way that you want. But as soon as you have to like input like an algorithm in order to perform a certain move, it just becomes overwhelming. Like I don't think I ever successfully did a combo into a super. Compared to Tekken and Street Fighter, you have a dash button instead of learning in, like wave dashing in Tekken, for example. Right, okay. That's kind of what led to me not wanting to play Street Fighter anymore. It was the movement felt awful. The movement felt absolutely awful as compared to platform fighters where you have like true freedom to move around as and where you like. It felt like in Street Fighter, everybody was walking through sludge. It didn't help that the combos were like 17 button inputs. Yeah, yep. Ads in 1 minute. Okay. Guilty Gear characters are really simple. No middle ground. Really freaking hard. Surely that's not true. Surely there'd be some characters that are like a bit harder than the simple ones. Sorry, not to press you on it, but surely that's the case. Squid is just too pro for the game. I've seen Squid play. He's actually very good. He was doing far more than I ever could in Street Fighter, so that much. Friendly reminder for Mahali to run ads and take a break. Yeah. For example, your main, Sin, he has an invincible anti-air on startup, rushdown attack, a poke, overhead. Meanwhile, a character like Zato 1, don't even know what the hell he does. Don't touch that character with a 10-foot pole. Right, so in terms of the sheer amount of options, I see what you mean. So almost like the comparison between like a Street Fighter and like Tekken where they have like pages and pages and pages and pages of moves. Yeah, fair. All you know with Zato is that he controls the stage really well. How? Have no clue. Oh no. I should take my break. 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 I'm going to take my break. I'm going to step away for a couple of minutes and stretch. I recommend that you do the same. If you've been sat or laid down for the past hour, I recommend getting up and moving around a little bit. You'll feel better. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads while I'm away, just so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls in the meantime for the next hour. I'll see you soon. BRB. Hi. Hi, Redfish. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing? You got back just in time? Hell yeah. Welcome back. You want to get a fighting game controller? Like either one of the arcade sticks or the one that just has buttons? What the other one just called? Just have buttons is called. I've got one that I probably won't ever use again. I just can't think of a way to... I can't think of a way that I'd be able to get it to. It's the only problem. It's good. Can I have it for $3 plus $9.99 for shipping? Yeah. Squid. Here we go. Here's an option. If we remember by this time in October this year, if you're going to PAX again this year, I could always bring it to PAX in my backpack or something and just give it to you. Option. Mid-war pricing. No, I'd never charge for it. I'd never charge for it. I would not attempt to scalp one of my tavern goers. That sounds awful. Just casually tell your friends, yo, some streamer wants to give you old fighting game controller. It's pretty good. Yeah, I'll go and get it. You tell me if you find it good. It's decent. It's a little dusty. But it is a cabra something. Yeah, I'll put it full screen so you can see it. All right, I'm just trying to evict all of the dust. One of these here. It's USB, it does the job, is good. Looks too small. It is supposed to be a smaller controller. I did get it smaller intentionally. You've seen, you think you've seen those around? Yeah, fair. Anything shipped over $900 gets 3 Mahali coins. The secondary economy is getting wild. Literally found an image when searching on Google. Hey, there you go, boom. I've had it in my possession for like 3 years now, and I don't think I've like beyond my like Street Fighter 5, Street Fighter 6 attempts. I haven't really used it, so you'd be doing me a service by putting it to use. Does it come with a macro switch? Absolutely not. Those are illegal. At least for tournament. On their apparent official website, it's like $80. Yeah, that's fine. It's possibly not Australian. I would say it's not Australian. It wouldn't have been Australian back when I bought it. Say that much. Actually, no, that's about right. It might be Australian. I don't know why I don't know why I had like I don't know why I had the number 120 in my head. I don't think it was 120. $80 dues, yeah. Planning to request one from your parents for your birthday? That and the plushie? Well, if you can wait until October, you can have mine. If you can't wait until October, completely fine. You were going to reinstall Valorant to check out the new stuff. Then you heard your main Yoro got nerfed again. Practically the worst agent in the game. I mean, that's what it was like on release though, right? Hi Kessa, how you doing? 16's not bad. Unlike for a little bit, welcome back. He had 2 flashes and his TP was on a pretty long timer when he was out on field. Take all of that away from him pretty much. Now has 1 flash, his TP doesn't last long enough to even rotate to anymore. Ooh. Seems like they want to turn the TP into like a free peak, basically. Deciding if you should go suffer with Elden Ring or continue in art course. Are you in a state where you would get, like, you would put valuable input into your art stuff? If you feel like your head's a little bit wishy-washy at the moment and you don't think you'd be able to concentrate on the art stuff, then maybe a bit of Elden Ring won't hurt. On the verge of becoming a totally different role, like you want to do funny trolls, can't do that anymore. Yeah, that's always the case, right? Is that if a character is so strong that you can win games while doing funny trolls, it probably means that they're a bit bonkers at the moment. Probably. Mia says hello. Hi Mia, how you doing? Good. Glad to hear. What if those weren't crests like that? What if that was just a wooden board up the top and we just put some texturing in? What then? No. What if extra? What if extra? What if? What am I doing? I'm painting. Well, trying to paint. Hoping Guilty Gear's 2.0 update kind of revives the game. Or is it in a pretty quiet state at the moment? Can't even find ranked games in your region most of the time. Fair. I mean, these things happen. Because how old is Strive now? How many years has it been out? feels a little bit better. Five years now? Yeah. 11th of June 2021 was released. Well, that's the thing, and that's what's happening with Smash at the moment, is because of its age, it's just quieter. But it's kind of fine. It's fine that that's the case. It's just the normal life cycle of fighting games. You'll have some instances of it popping off again, like whenever the World Cup for Strive happens, you'll usually have a boom of popularity for a little bit. Section. I need something. I need something on those walls. Strive got most of its player count back when Lucy was released. Always come back to fighting games whenever there's a new character releasing. Again, tends to be the case. Got the performance bug for the STS2 on Mac was, third-party Windows management app. You have was interfering with a half a second of input latency just for the game, ignoring the game fix it. Hey, boom. Splish packs or something had fighting game related things. Would so enter a little tournament for Strive. PAX does have fighting game tournaments. What are you talking about? Not sure for Strive. They do for Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Smash Bros. A bunch of different games. Yeah, they do. You'll have to check to see if they have one for Strive specifically, as I said, but yeah. Seems they're on Fridays. That would be why, yeah. You would say smash people with Sin in the tournament? I mean, you don't know until you try. The funniest Strive fact you knew was that around the time of Sin's release, had a gender-specific combo. What? Why? That reminds me of the there's a Pokemon called, I think, Amorous. He's like he's the fourth genie Pokemon with Landorus, Thundurus, and Hurricanus. I can't remember what the third one is, because they just never get brought up. But yeah, apparently Amorous like has an ability that only works on female Pokemon, which is heckin' weird. One of his moves, Hitbox, was funky. Could only hit the hitbox of female characters. Weird. Incredibly strange. You'll be back having food? Yeah, do what you gotta do. Enjoy. I'm so sleepy. Why am I so sleepy? Come on. Could I feel sleepy in like, heck, 2 hours? Inflict me with this curse in 2 hours, and I would happily take it. Oh. Might need help staying awake. I feel like a massive hypocrite because Noctua was complaining about exactly this yesterday, and I went, "Oh, you what? You have an issue with staying awake? Oh, I never have that issue. I only ever have an issue with going to sleep." Karma is the worst. Statue too strong for you to solo? Oh, the mini boss. It punishes you for taking mini bosses too soon. It's basically a damage check. It gives you 2 turns to try and blitz it, and then from there it starts chunking your health. So you need to have like not good cards at that point, but just any sort of damage cards by that point, so you can blitz it down. You do better into it with classes that spam cards, obviously. Like Silent does quite well into it because of the cheap card costs and lots of card draw and stuff. Because it has a modifier on it that essentially says every time you play a card, deal more damage to this boss. Another way of being able to deal with difficult fights like that is stock up on potions. Basically try to never use potions outside of mini bosses, so that way you can like burst value during the boss fights. That's essentially what I've learned with my time with Slay the Spire 1 is, generally speaking, you don't want to be using potions during normal fights. You just had nothing? New run? Yeah, okay. In which case, just let it be a lesson to not take mini bosses too early. Welcome back, Squid. was the last one before boss. Already had done 2 before that. Were you just very weak at that point? Like low HP, your cards weren't very good? What was, what did you feel let you down? 32 HP? Yeah, 32 HP is a little... 2 relics. Yeah, a little bit weak. A little bit weak in both power and health. Might call it an early night tonight. Probably at 9 maybe. That's what I'm aiming for, I think. Is basically as soon as stream finishes, I'm going to crash hardcore. I don't know why I'm so sleepy today. I do know. It's because I had a lot to do today. But like, still, even when I have lots to do in a day, I usually don't feel sleepy. That's part of my problem, is I usually struggle feeling, you know, to get to that sleepy place. Just got Thrumming Hatchet from Whale, so should be good. Yeah. That'll probably carry you through Act 1. I'm excited to see what Max Ascension feels like once I've unlocked it. Because I believe Ascension 10 is the max in this one, as opposed to Ascension 20. That might increase over time. Maybe they decide to keep adding Ascension levels, but I'm curious to compare the difficulty between 1 and 2 at that point. As much hesitation as I had with the new Spider-Man trailer, oh my goodness, am I excited for the new Dune movie. I know it comes out in December, so we've got heckin' ages to wait, and I shouldn't get this excited this early on. Oh my god, it looks so good. It looks so good. I am such a fan of Denis Villeneuve, the director of it. I'm so heckin' excited. Your first response was, how many of these are they making? 3. They're covering the first arc of the Dune series. So Dune, Dunes, and Dune 3. No, all the way up until Dune Messiah is what they're working on. Dunes 2 and Dunes 2 Electric Boogaloo. Yeah, exactly. Enjoy your luck. I really enjoyed the first one. I really enjoyed the second one. Although I will say, because it's a Mahali opinion, trademark Mahali opinion, the second Dune movie felt more interesting, but it also felt like a worse made film in terms of structure, pacing, dialogue, blah, 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 blah. It just felt like a little bit, it's just not as tight as the first one, because I commended the first one for feeling like it was a tightly run ship, so to speak. The second one, not as much, but I found it more interesting. So I'm interested in seeing what they do with the third. Because I didn't get that sense of cluster that the Spider-Man trailer had from the Dune trailer. So I don't feel like there will be a I don't feel like there will be a conflict of plot lines and stuff like that. I feel as though it's going to be quite well paced. Pure vibe check. I've got no way of knowing until I actually see the film. Brave take. Should add more detail. How dare you? It makes me happy, Fields. I do as I want. Teehee. Glad I'm happy. Thank you. Are you happy? No? Well... Is my happiness making you unhappy? Run on hot 24/7. This is not a me problem. Yeah, no, fair. Fair. I don't consider you to be somebody who is running on hot or like rampaging or anything. I don't get that vibe from you. But you'd know better than I would. I like to think that you're vastly less angry than you used to be. I don't get angry vibes from you. The closest to angry that I've seen you is when we're like memeing. And you're getting frustrated by my tomfoolery. That's the closest that I've seen. But I wouldn't consider you to be angry by default. That's not the energy that I get from you. That's not real anger though. Wouldn't be subjecting me to or anyone else to it. Sure, but even still, like I've met like angry by default people, and even if they don't have it out and about, so to speak, you can kind of tell that it's kind of simmering beneath the surface. But I don't get that impression from you. Apologies if I'm just being like, no, but it's my impression, my opinion. Tell you how angry right now. There it is. There it is. I've seen it. The Bigfoot. The angry fields. To speak to kind of what you were saying before though, I have to apply more detail to the you know what I mean. I would like to apply more detail to the tavern specifically, because that's the thing that's going to be looked at. It's the subject of the painting. It's the key. It's the main character. The rest of it can be less detailed in comparison. But at the very least, I need a high degree of detail on the tavern, so that's the thing that gets focused on. I don't think you're as explosive as your average Joe anymore, but 100% you find the smallest things to just get mad about. That's fair. That's fair. Making fun of me in that regard? Detail's not your area? Yeah, no, that's fair, that's fair. I'm more kind of reaffirming it to myself, because I do have an issue with applying too much detail to things sometimes. I'm reaffirming my intentions so that I don't stray from the golden path. A bit of a Dune reference to those in the know. Leto Atreides, am I right? Lovely little bit of reflection over on that left side. Because our main source of light is down that way. So having it reflect up on the frame makes sense to my brain, at least. Trying to design some about you panels. Struggling with deciding if you should stick with your pre-established style or just do whatever comes to you. Pre-established style helps to kind of give people a like a vibe check right off the bat. It gives them like a sense of what you're about. But at the end of the day, if you don't enjoy the process of making the about panels, like just do whatever comes to mind. You can always change them afterwards, right? Hi Egg, how you doing? How goes it? Yeah, good. I'm sleepy today, so a little bit low energy. But that's okay. We're doing detail, so I'm secretly quite happy. How are you? How you doing? 100% agree. Take a little nap on that rock. 100%. You be chilling? Glad to hear. You kind of want to rework all your panel art too, to be honest. Yeah, it's something I should do as well. It's something that kind of gets put on the back burner for a while. I think you tried to stick to one style, aesthetic, color scheme, even going so far as to color coding different types of streams. I don't know, maybe you don't care about this as much as you thought that you did. I wouldn't read into it super hard, to be honest. It's an element that doesn't really get looked at too much. Like, for example, I know quite a few of the tavern goers are surprised when they find out that I have like an about me section and like my stream schedule and stuff. So just do what makes you happy. Don't fret about the particulars too much. Yeah. Same people don't even have any panels. Yeah, exactly. So if it's a feeling of obligation, feel free to just not for a bit, you know? But if it's something that you want to do, then do what makes you happy. Don't feel constrained to some arbitrary rule that you've got in your head. Like, if you like the idea of doing them a certain way, then go with what makes you excited, you know? You're going to produce something better if you're enthusiastic rather than feeling like, geez, I have to do X, Y, and Z, you know? Don't want your Twitch to be a cluster, but you also kind of thrive on cluster. I mean, we've told you multiple times to your face that your vibe is an incredibly appealing one, so I just wouldn't stress. I know it doesn't help to be like, hey, don't worry about it, but it's kind of the advice that I have for you. I won't speak for everyone, but I'll speak for some of us. A lot of us really like your fields. Like, I wouldn't stress about it. Do what comes. Be yourself is kind of not great advice, to be honest, because it kind of doesn't really give you anything to like grab onto. But if you feel like it will get in the way of you enjoying yourself, then don't do this arbitrary obligation that you've set for yourself. Don't be afraid to experiment and F up a bit. Yeah. Best way to find out what's specifically you. Yes, exactly. Learning is half the journey. Like, people don't just like wake up, oh yeah, good morning sun, good morning trees, good morning birds. Oh, I've just vomited. Oh, it's perfect. It's exactly what I need. Like, people don't vomit up the perfect solution to things. It takes time. So just spend a bit of time, play around with it, see what you like, see what you dislike. Don't stress about getting it perfect the first time. Just not sure how you want to convey yourself as someone who does not know how to describe themselves. Thanks for the ear you're done talking on it. Thank you for sharing. Please feel free to talk about it whenever. There's no... Don't consider sharing it as like a burden or anything. Absolutely not the case. Even the Eggers brand isn't your first one. See? My stream looks incredibly different from how it did before. Hi, Bolicha. How you doing? Eggs brand is red. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. Red egg. Sorry, I have to. Anytime I say egg, it's with the emphasized G. I have to every time. Kidnack egg? Is this technically an egg? Ooh, not with a 2. You Uno reverse? Oh yeah, no, easily with the 11. Bolisher, it is you who has been kidnapped. Let's go, not a nat one this time. Let's freaking go. Force egg in the bag. In the bag. Friendly reminder. Yeah. Okay. Fine. I'll take my break. How's art today? Yeah, doing good. I actually get to do details now, Bolicha, so I'm thriving. I'm rendering. The tavern will be done by the end of stream, but the piece as a whole still has a little bit to go. Easily with the 50. You just Uno reverse all over the place. The police open your boot egg to find a bunch of kidnapped people. Bolicher fields included. No, you don't understand. It was out of self-defense. I had to. They were kidnapping me first. Our quest? Hell yeah. Okay. Before I head off, let's quickly have a look. You walk over, Kessa. You have a look at the have a look at the page. Sorry, Egg, you hit the cooldown. It's 1 minute between them. You have a look at the quest. Let's have a look. A hooded figure is wanting a weapon that suits them. Ooh, okay, a little bit of creative freedom on this one. Choose at least one challenge. Style, street art. Street art has been coming up quite a bit for style. Technique, use your non-dominant hand, or detail, intentionally add a strange detail. Interesting. What do you reckon, Kessa? Does this quest seem appealing? And if so, which of the challenges would you like to embark on? That's not how self-defense works, yo. Might be a good way for you to practice your art too. Hell yeah. Well, depending on Kessa's answer, they might agree to this quest. They might turn down this quest. It might be available. We'll see. You think you'll pass on this one to someone who likes making weapons, or had decided to skip another weapon challenge this month? Hell yeah. Okay, easy. After a bit of thought, so you think to yourself, you know what? This quest isn't for me. You grab the dagger, place the quest back on the wall, and pin it back into place. The quest is still available. If somebody wants it, you have the opportunity to grab it. So excited to do a Bionicles building stream. Oh, that'd be sick. Which models, if you don't mind me asking? If you've got an idea of which ones you want to do. Are we talking like Generation 1? Are we talking Toas? Okay, before I keep procrastinating, I'm going to step away for a little bit. I'm going to take my break. I'm going to get up. I'm going to stretch. I'm going to refill my water that has completely run out. I recommend that you do the same. If you've been sat or laid down for the past hour, I recommend getting up and moving around a little bit. Hydrate, grab a snack if you need it. In the meantime, I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the next hour. I'll see you soon. Yabby. It's dependent on how expensive they are. Try to go for the ones that you recognize. Gonna collect like 20 or so of them first. Oh, that'd be fun. So like collect 20 to assemble on stream, or collect 20 first before you start assembling anything? I suppose that's the same question. As in, like, you'll collect 20 and then assemble them in your own time first, and then like collect some for assembly on stream. Welcome back. Aim would be to build all of them in one stream because they're not as hard to build as you remember. Yeah, they're like 5 pieces each. They're not as complicated as, say, some of the larger structure ones. if it lasts like 20 to 30 minutes, have Star Wars Lego in the garage as backup. Ah, there you go. Nice. The rock got quite the glow up. Yeah, I'll quickly bring up a previous version to show you what I did. Dieses here. So this is what it was before. And then we go back to here, back, forth, back, forth. I bumped it up in size. I got rid of the rock in the foreground here, this one. Some of the lighting in the background is also popping up forward a little bit, but I do need to find a way to have the detail on this rock stick out a little bit more. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do yet, because as it currently sits, it's kind of just an eyesore. It's just a blob. I need to think of ways to, in the same way that with the rocks in the foreground here, how I gave them a little bit more definition, I need to kind of give that rock a bit of definition. One in the front missing, that makes the difference. Yeah, yep. Agreed. I almost want to... You know what? This is fantasy. I could totally... Where's Quill? He's right over there. But do you mean like in the picture? Oh, that's a fair question. It's a fantasy world, so what I could totally do is I could carve a hole. Oh my god, that's it. I've figured out what I want to do. I can carve a hole in this rock. Like that. Sort of. Something like that. Just to break it up a little bit. How to do it. Ingredient collecting time? Yeah, off you go. In the picture, he would be inside the tavern for the image. He spends most of his time in the Scholar's Corner, so he doesn't really spend much time outside. Make it look like something ate through the rock, like an eel. Potentially, but I'm thinking more like lagoon imagery, you know, where you'll have like these very kind of organic shapes. A rock nook, yeah, exactly. It's the little sleepy guy, just in there. Okay, if that's what I want to do, let's punch this hole in, shall we? I've had an issue with this particular rock basically since day dot, so I'm glad to have finally thought of something to do with it. All of the references that I looked up for this are awful, by the way. Probably due to my, I don't know, naivete when it comes to looking up reference images, probably. But if lagoons in real life are hecking boring, they don't have any of these cool things. So all of the reference images of lagoons that I found were just nothing burgers. That's some still water. Oh, yeah. Where do you think Fuji water comes from? Brink. They poured it over. Lagoons are like nature's big overhype. Like people always clamor about lagoons, but then they get there and like, ugh, this sucks. Not untrue. Mount Fuji, misconception. Short for Fujimise. No, don't. Do not. No, I refuse. Don't do it. I walked into it. That's fair. You know what? Actually, you have my full permission. I take it back. I walked into it. It's entirely on me. No, you can. You can do it. You can do it. I give you permission. I'm just being a sore loser. Surely for there to be a hole in the rock, the inside of the rock must be badly scratched, sedimented. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm just technically making it first, like making it in 3D space. And then I'll go through and do the detail work for it. No, you're good. You're all good. You don't know if helpful, but you sent a pic. Thank you. Reference? Oh. It gives me some rock stuff. Like this will probably be useful for this section here. More so than that particular rock, but still helpful. Yeah, let me port it into my reference file. Boop. Thank you. Appreciate it. I only saw the guy in the image just before sending it. The guy? Completely overlooked him when you sent the... Oh, as in the guy over on the right? No, you're fine. Looks really nice. Do you have a pet peeve about it? You won't say it because it still looks really good either way. Thank you for exhibiting self-control. Just thought it was funny. Well, he's always been there, Noctua is the thing. Since the dawn of time. That random guy on his cell phone has been grafted into the landscape by natural forces. Good for him. I mean, it'd be boring. to be entirely honest. I'd get really bored. So the Overwatch won the votes for the Conquest thing? It gave you a thought? Oh? Oh, as in like a world-changing event type thing? Talon needs a large animal mascot like Winston. True. Overwatch has what? Overwatch has Winston, Jetpack Cat, not really Wrecking Ball, because Wrecking Ball is kind of like stuck in Junkertown, but I mean, two of the animals at least. One city in Australia has pretty much the entire fighting power of Talon just sitting there. It's pretty goofy. Yeah, who do they have? They've got what, Junkrat, Junker Queen, Roadhog, and yeah, Wrecking Ball. Yeah. Apparently, according to the story progression stuff, whatever, Malga has been sent as an envoy to Australia, which is a very funny thought to me. Junkrat, Junker Queen, Roadhog, Wrecking Ball, plus everyone in the city knows how to fight. Yeah, you're not wrong. Everywhere else in the world, just really optimistic, robotic future. Australia is just Mad Max still. I mean, is that not like a fun, optimistic future for us? Apparently, like nukes went off in Australia or something, turned us into a wasteland. Yeah. again, I'm just looking at the readability. I think an issue that I have is this chunky bit of the rock kind of feels like it's merging with the tavern over on the left. What to do? Feels like a values issue. I could turn it into a larger circle. That way it feels less chunky and you get to kind of see all the way through, and then it's still... what if there were a secondary little circle guy? Follows the same line as the tree, yeah. What if there were a circle there? Then it highlights that even more. Yeah, I can see that. It lines up with the tree section there as well. Heck. Well then increasing this circle might not be the worst, because then it breaks up the alignment with the tree and then breaks up the chunk as well. Feels a little bit better. Not quite yet. Searched it up. Apparently the world government just put an Omnic factory in Australia. Everyone got so pissed they blew it up. Final Fantasy VII style, turned all of New South Wales, Victoria into a radiated zone. Yeah, no, that tracks. Can just move tree or rock a bit. Probably wrong. Is the circle is to circle like? Potentially. I think it's more an alignment problem, to be entirely honest. We put stalagmites there. I did workshop that yesterday and I didn't like what I ended up with. But that could be an execution issue, less so fundamentally an idea issue. I'll talk through my thought process, I guess. Might be a way of prying out solutions from my brain. I want something here in the middle ground to kind of denote the distance a little bit better, because if I get rid of this rock, what happens? If I get rid of that rock completely, let me just simulate. It feels a little bit barren. It feels a little bit barren. But the rock doesn't necessarily have to be as big as it currently is. What if we do this? Break it into 2 sections. Turn this into a cartoon poop. Just for a second. Have a section like that, and then have another little section there. I could even separate them more if need be. Maybe just an outdoor toilet, yeah. Just a little feature. Put a seat over it, pretend it's not there. Don't look it in the eyes. Have to go through like 3 different layers in order to erase these elements. The biggest for me, like having a big think, is think it's the contrast that's really letting me down here. Because the rock kind of just blends into maybe a statue. Yeah, could be. This was brought up as a potential consideration by Digi when we spoke. He brought up this idea of maybe there being like a little boat wreck or something off to the side. I shut it down in the like in that particular moment, not because it was a bad idea, but just because I I didn't have confidence in being able to pull it off. But maybe having like a boat wreck over here on the right instead of a rock could scratch the itch that I'm looking for. It creates that sense of depth without it being so blocky. Because with a boat wreck, I'd be able to punch a bunch of holes through it and make it fit to whatever I want. Let's temporarily get rid of this rock and see where we end up. This particular rock has been a problem child for a while, so I don't mind getting rid of it. So, yeah. I've never been happy with it. I was never upset, I was only disappointed. So let's get rid of the rock and then render in the scene behind. I'm joking, I'm joking. 'Tis a jest. Actually don't mind those rocks there, so let me leave them for now. I can always get rid of them if they do cause any sort of headache. So much new work now? Yeah. I told you. There's a lot of work left in this because I'm not happy with a lot of it. What heckin' layer are you? Whatever I do, keep the willow tree. I like the willow tree in its current state. Especially now that I've added more detail to the tavern. Before it seemed odd. Now substantially less so. I'm happy with it. I'll probably come back to this piece in like once it's finished in a couple of years from now and think like, oh, the whole like the willow tree, what did I do? We're not there now though, so not something that I have to worry about for now. That's a future Mahali problem. Tried to do this kind of tree once and it's so difficult. I nailed it. Maybe. I'm happy with it for now. The one area where I think that I might have royally screwed it up is like the lighting within context. The degree of detail, its perspective within the scene, like these are the small things that I might have stuffed up. As I said, I'm happy with it for now. You're right, I shouldn't be so negative. Lighting could be fixed if needed. Looks good right now, so easily. Yeah. It's more my want to be perfect that I have to fight. It's not perfect. But that's okay. It's not perfect and that's okay, is what I need to learn. You'd be lying if you said that you... Yeah. What makes me happy right now is that I'm having to do a bunch of reconstructive surgery, but there's no struggle, which tells me that like the lessons are sticking, which I appreciate. Because I'd be concerned if I go to like reconstruct part of this canvas, and I'm sitting there going, oh, but how would I do that? And oh, geez, that doesn't work anymore, and blah, blah. Like, as soon as I have that kind of struggle, I know that I haven't internalized any of the lessons that I've put myself through. But because I'm not experiencing that, I've done an okay job of teaching myself what to do. Hi FPV, how you doing? How'd you sleep? You're okay? Had a surprise sleep? As in you fell asleep when you didn't want to? Accidentally? No, I got those. Well, I mean, it's... Yes, it's not what you wanted, but... Probably means that you needed it. Probably means that you needed it. Now, before I go through and render this to hell and back, let me jump into a higher layer. We'll call this boat wreck. And then I'll pencil in something that feels right, and then we'll adjust from there. You know what I mean? For this particular, because I removed the rock that was there, and reconstructed this area. So before I render the area that's been reconstructed. Why not draw on the wrong layer? Oh, it's tempting. I mean, it must be tempting because it's the thing that I keep doing. Oh, okay. Let's bump this all the way to the top if you're going to be like that. Silly layers. Did 2 hours on a wrong layer yesterday. Oh, I've gotten okay at like grabbing the bits that I've worked on and like surgically removing them and putting them into the correct layer. I've gotten okay at that process. It still feels heckin' awful every time though. My condolences. Usually pretty good at locking layers to prevent it. Locking layers is a very good strategy for keeping yourself in check. Pardon me. Let's grab this little web window over here. Small wooden boat shipwreck. I want to see the ribs and stuff. I'm not familiar with how they work. I'm not familiar with nautical structures. Yeah, the Titanic. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I wanted. Thank you. Oh my god, Google. My guy, how did he know exactly what I wanted? When I typed in small wooden boat shipwreck, I wanted the Titanic, yeah. When it's locked, it's like that scene in Jurassic Park. Yeah. Try pirate shipwreck. Oh, potentially, yeah, because they tend to have the little rowboats included as well. You're actually having breakfast for once? Hell yeah, Aussie, hell yeah. Breakfast is important. It gives you an initial boost. What's on the menu? What are we having? Pirate shipwreck. Let's see. Is there a little rowboat included in this particular wreck is what I'm looking for, I suppose. I guess that is what I am looking for. Just buttery toast. It's a start. It's a start. May you offer a gentle critique? You may. Thank you for checking, though. I appreciate it. The large window reflection is too far to the right compared to the door. Are the two slit windows? Large window reflection. Too far to the right, as in like this one down here on the bottom left. Too far to the right compared to the door and the other two slits. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Is it? Because that's directly below. That's directly below. That's directly below. It's like the lighting is going off to the side. Yeah, okay. I'll give it another look in a second. Frantically going through a bunch of Google images. I can type in rowboat. We can see if that augments it. Only speaking up because you did little things like this all the time. Appreciated always. Well, not always, you know what I mean? Like, that is an open invitation for everyone to be backseat drivers, but you know what I mean? I appreciate the sentiment. Yeah, always, constantly, please. Oh, having a look at the... Yeah, okay. Having a look at the quest. So we take a peek. A hooded figure is wanting a weapon that suits them. Choose at least one challenge. Style, street art, technique, use your non-dominant hand, or detail. Intentionally add a strange detail. What do you reckon? This Grim Reaper-esque figure, a hooded figure is wanting a weapon that suits them. Hell yeah. If this sounds appealing, let me know what challenge you'd like to undertake. You'll pick detail. Can give you some intel on the hooded, on this hooded character, please. Sure. Hooded figure. Let's see. What details could there be? Spends a lot of the time at the tavern in the corner smoking on a pipe. You can see little reflections of a speckled white beard, like poking through with a bit of the shift of the lighting. You can see a little bit of that reflection sort of popping through occasionally. Speaks with like a heavy accent of some kind, and has a golden tooth that occasionally reflects as well. Does he seem disheveled or more refined? Gives you the kind of vibe of a person who wears nice clothing but doesn't treat it well. Does that help? With you declaring that you will go with the detail challenge, the quill springs to life, signs your name and commits you to the quest. Let's roll for a creativity check. Oh no! It's tough. That's tough. What can you do? Hi Josh, how you doing? Hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, I'm doing well. Although I say that, I think I'm coming down with something because I can feel my sinuses kind of starting to yell and scream at me. So, excellent timing on it as well. To send a long-range healing spell. You're an expert? Oh, with a 15, hell yeah. Let's hope that does the trick. Fingers crossed. How are you doing, Josh? How'd you sleep? Not sure with the oldest trick in the book. really well. I think working out late to knock you out is doing the trick. Yes, yes. I'm glad that your strategy's working. It's so satisfying to be like, I'll try this, and then it works. No, I'm super happy for you. Other half is a cold and stuff, so you bought her a stir fry with sweet chili sauce that you made. Added some garam masala into the chicken too. It feels better today than yesterday. I should do that. Specifically, I should order a stir fry from Aussie. No, I should have some curry or something to really flush my sinuses potentially. That could help. Could help. Couldn't hurt. Curry does the trick. Some Thai curry or something with ginger in it will help. I've got I believe I've got some chicken tikka masala in the fridge. But I may look to don't want to order something in. I'm tomorrow I can go on a journey to find some curry. Head down to the groceries and see if I mean, at the very least I could potentially add some ginger or something to my chicken tikka masala. This is an option. Didn't realize that I started so early today. Yeah, I started on time today for once. Celebration for that, please. Yeah, no, I'm quite happy with the fact that I started on time. On time, yeah. Yeah, I'm usually like an hour late for my early streams. So I'm really happy with that. Especially since I'm wanting to start adding the extra hour on pretty soon, like in the next couple of weeks. Starting on time is important. Congrats, thank you. I'd like to thank the Academy first and foremost. They're the ones that really gave me the push that I needed to do my job like normal. I just assumed that I wasn't focusing on early streams. Well, I kind of have to give myself evenings sometimes across the week, like Tuesdays and Thursdays. Ready to talk about D&D? See how I go. I'm crashing a little bit. I'm anticipating, even with Josh's healing spell. As I said, like I think I'm coming down with something, so I can feel my energy tanking. So we'll see. Like I'll finish stream, I'll eat something, see if that helps. Maybe the food helps to pick me up. But if it doesn't, I'll let you know. Sorry. Like, I'll try. I'll give it my best shot to to get energy in the tank. Gonna like this one. Beginning drawing. Ooh, hell yeah. Good luck, good luck. Not to big up myself too much, but I'm also quite happy with the fact that even though I am feeling a little bit zonked, that I still went through and did the full length stream. I'm happy. My go-to knee-jerk reaction is to run for the heals whenever I'm feeling out of sorts. Solid effort, yay! I think that shape is correct. The beam, like the structural beam, less so. Maybe out here? It's pretty fair though. Yeah, but half of it is not feeling up for it. The other half is like the anxiety around not feeling up for it, you know? Like if I could just click my fingers and I didn't feel anxious, then I'd still be up for stream, you know? Don't want me to push through if I don't feel up for it? Yeah. Yeah. Pushing sometimes helps. Pushing sometimes helps. It helps with establishing like a new normal for myself. Because if I always like get anxious and then flee from a certain degree of like internal pushback, that kind of becomes my flee precipice, I guess. That becomes the moment where I flee. Whereas if I can push a little bit beyond that, within reason, right? I don't want to like break myself in the process, but then that becomes my new like capability. Basically, I'm Abra from Pokemon with the teleport ability. And I'm wanting to evolve to at least Kadabra. That way I don't have to spam the run. The run move. Yeah, exactly. I want 2 spoons instead of 1. Correct. Yeah. Ah, yes. My final form. Oh god, could you imagine my final form being Mega Alakazam with the floating army of spoons behind my back? I would be too powerful at that point. People everywhere would fear my power. So, what's your superpower? Well, I fly. I've got super strength. I have laser vision, and I'm impervious to damage. Oh, wow. Incredible. Okay, sure. What's your power? Well, I've got super speed. I've got super speed. Run faster than the speed of light. Super fast. I was the fastest guy out there. Okay, what's your superpower? I am beyond human comprehension intelligent. I'm super intelligent to the point where it's my power. Excellent. Okay, Mahali, what's your power? Spoons. Just so many spoons. So many spoons. Unlimited spoons. Think of what you could do. You'd be able to just demolish like soup bars, or you can eat soup. Prepare yourself. I hate soup. I dislike soup. Why would I even want that? Starting coloring. Nice. Yeah, me too. Detail of the nice clothes, not taking care of them, and the gold tooth of the key. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. may have made the monthly art one slightly more complicated than what it's worth. Bitten off more than you can chew, but you're 6.5 hours in, so you kind of just got to go with it now. I will say we have absolutely had entries in the past, Aussie, that have been like a draft version or a partly completed version. So if you ever have to abandon ship, pun intended, I suppose, for what I'm working on at the moment, but if you ever do have to jump off of the crazy bandwagon, completely fine. Completely fine. You can submit it and everything. I still like seeing the bones of what the idea is going to become. So please don't feel pressured, like you've bitten off more than you can chew, as you said. Going way over time? Oh yeah, I'm 20 minutes over. I'll go for a little bit. Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I would have just not checked. And there's the reminder. Not feeling great. Yeah, you're right. You're right. No, I should. I'll head off. FPV, I'm excited to see. Let me know if you want me to have a look at it as soon as you're finished, or next stream, because I can always do that too. I can always hold off until tomorrow and open up the present on stream tomorrow if you'd like. If I stick around for 5 minutes, be in my eyeballs, I shouldn't. Thank you. Thank you in advance for the gift to my eyeballs, but Nocture's right. I'm in a bit of a state at the moment. I should jump out. Leave? Yeah. I'll wrap up. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Hope you had fun. What have we done today? We've got rid of the rock in the foreground. We got rid of a rock in the middle ground. We rendered a bunch of the tavern. It's actually looking pretty not bad. I'm kind of fond of how it's looking at the moment, to be honest. And we've started rendering a little partially sunken rowboat towards the foreground. I think I'm going too reflective with the water on the rowboat because this is like in the shallows, so it's not as vibrant. So that'll be a correction that I make next time. I think I'll go darker with it to have it kind of stand out against the water a little bit more. But that's just kind of where my head's at this point. I think you wanted way less detail. Kind of just happened. So you think you would just go with it? Should be able to get it done in the next couple of days. Okay. As I said, as long as you're not pushing yourself too hard, okay? Because these are supposed to be fun little art challenges. They're not supposed to be like soul destroying. Yeah, I believe. Oh, it's bugged. Take care, Mahalia. I hope healing magic works. Thank you. I'll give it my best shot. It just happens sometimes, Billy. I have to refresh OBS for it to work again. Throws a cure disease potion at me. Thank you. Have an excellent rest of you. Oh, actually, before I go, sorry, last couple of things. One, we've got the community canvas tomorrow. So look forward to that. I've got kind of an idea as to what I want to do for the prompt. So get excited. Second thing is, as we were kind of discussing before, monthly art fair is about halfway through at the moment. So if you want to get a piece in before the end of the month, you've still got time. If you want the details for that, it's down in the monthly art fair section at the bottom of the Discord. And then the last thing is this Sunday, this weekend, we've got a Hearthside where we jump into a voice channel and we just hang out and work on our own little art projects in each other's company. If you like the idea of that, if you like the sound of that, you can find the details for that in the announcement section at the top of the Discord. But yes, thanks for hanging out. Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves, everyone. See you soon. Bye-bye.